All right. All right. I think I'm pretty much all ready to go. I don't have it such a long starting time, but like I'm pretty much all set. I'm pretty tired, but all said and done. I was looking to start getting some momentum again. Taking a good couple weeks to finish up my finals, and been crazy at work, so I'm just trying my best to recuperate and kind of come back to a real state of mind. Yeah, let me hop on in. Do that. There we go. So yeah, gonna be doing a Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen playthrough. Gonna start pretty much from scratch. It's been a really long time since I played around with it, and I'm kind of looking forward to kind of rediscovering why I enjoyed this game so much back in the day. I don't really know what kind of playthrough it'll end up being, but I'm hoping it'll be fun. I'm hoping it'll be fun. We'll find out. I kind of went ahead and started a playthrough just to kind of get past the character creation and the original tutorial, just so we can go ahead and sneak on past that. But I'm going to be just loading in here and just going to go ahead and get started. Like one of those really beloved old RPGs. It's been a while now. When did this game even come out? It's been like 10 years? Yeah. May 2012, 10 years.
The prophets have spoken, friends. The dragon's return is nigh. Join the honorable Duke's ranks and help us be rid of the fell beast. The day's come to lay down rod and reel and take up the sword.
Dragon's return is nigh. It's literally here right now. I'll turn on subtitles when I get the opportunity here.
It's the dragon!
Oh, there it is. We're good.
Get to the boat! Go! Pick up fire!
I forgot this game's intro went straight from like 0 to 100 in like no time flat. Oh boy. I just love the idea that anybody, like my character, is gonna be crazy enough to like grab a sword to try and fight the dragon here. Like that's crazy. Just attack his ankles. It's always a surefire way to win. Always go after the ankles. It did not work. He angry.
Io acquarata misquierait. Acquarata de Dio mi. Mi esquarota junto la
This guy's a surgeon. Like, straight up precision.
Testa nesti mi esquarate et malaga.
That is so crazy. Like, of an intro to a game. Literally get your heart stolen and eaten by a crazy dragon. Because you happen to poke him with a toothpick. And he just, that's insulting enough.
Help me! She's still alive!
If he is one faces. Take up arms, newly arisen.
Good old arisen. It's basically just a fancy way of saying zombie. The new zombie. Like, remember now, we gotta pick our starting class, I think is pretty much what this is here. Before you can win your heart back from the dragon, you'll need to prepare. Yeah, I agree. It probably is the case. Pick a weapon. Okay. I think last time I went magic archer, and then I kind of ended up going into kind of like some crazy sorceries and such. I was tempted to try going fighter, just to kind of get a feel for, like, some melee could be fun. It's either going to be, like, because I don't really want to do magic knight, I think. Let me look it up real quick. I want to see, does it tell you with details here? No. I know it doesn't matter that much, but I just want to double check what the Dragon's Dogma classes are. I didn't actually think about this beforehand at all. I forgot about the whole weird vocation thing. Let's see, vocations. Because I'm very tempted, very tempted to do another sorcerer situation. I very much enjoy it. It's very fun. Alright, let's go to the wiki. What does the wiki have to say? The basic ones, yeah. And you have the warrior, ranger, and the sorcerer. The mystic knight, assassin, and magic archer. Those are kind of your fusion classes. I think I'll go sorcerer. That could be fun. And then I could probably have like a fighter kind of tankier pawn. Maybe I'll have the pawn do a mystic knight. Maybe that would be weird. We'll try out something crazy like that, but I think mage would be really fun. But fighter is also sounds fun. Oh, challenge and choices right off the bat. I'm horrible at this. I think what I remember I really liked was that you could set a pawn to basically give you weapon buffs. And that was really cool. So if I were to be a fighter this time around, I can get weapon buffs and then just swing around and go crazy. That could be a fun idea. Put me more in the combat. Or I can go for mage and then I can get another mage pawn and we can just go crazy with mage pawn stuff. That could also be very amusing. I think I'm going to do that. I think we're going to go sorcerer this time around. Focus on offensive magics just right from the start. Primary weapons such as swords and daggers are combat essentials. Secondary weapons like bows and shields offer support. Oh gosh. What's up, Dardiota? I'm like trying to relearn all of these like 10-year-old game shenanigans. Like it's hurting my brain trying to like remember everything going on here. How are you doing? Good to see ya. I should really put chat on screen one of these days, shouldn't I? I'll worry about it at some point. You want to go home? Bit of a long day.
Oh, the horror.
All right, let me check something real quick on my options here. Audio, we can raise voices up a bit. A bad long day, no less. Oof. I feel that. I feel like I get that more than I wish I did sometimes. Like you have those days where you're just kind of like, just want it to be done. Not even about it just being tomorrow. It's just about just being done with the current issue, the current situation. How much longer do you got till you are able to relax? Oh, you made it to the fire giant. Nice.
Yes, the wound has closed, and it seems the worst has passed, but her heart lies silent.
If you would face me.
3 hours. Almost there.
Yes.
Ill magic, the work of some curse. The whole world's already gone mad for fear of this dragon. Won't no good come of this?
Not wrong.
I must go see to the others, Kina. Tell me if aught changes here.
Everything's changed instantly. I'm alive and awake. I was over, what do you call it? Eavesdropping? I heard everything. Oh, I heard it all. I'm cursed and strange. Defeating foes and completing quests earns you experience. Pretty standard stuff. Got the pause menu. Very good.
You should be abed. I wish you would not strain yourself so.
The whole present situation, I gotta remember what that's all about.
If so, that's not something I know how to heal. But there must be a way. You were not the only one to suffer the wrath of the worm, cuz.
She's saying that because, like, I'm her cousin?
There were many wounded, others. Some were not so fortunate. The whole village was worried about you. They'd be well relieved to see you up and about. Perhaps you might go and see the others, if you feel well enough.
Yeah. You know, don't strain yourself, but why don't you get out there and say hello to everyone? I love that logic. That's pretty great. Yo, what's up, Duskers? You caught me nice and early, just starting off some Dragon's Dogma, a brand new kind of playthrough. It's like been ages since I played this last, and I wanted to have some shenanigans and run around and do weird things. So that's what I figured I'd get up to tonight. Like, part of me was like, I kind of wanted to do some Elden Ring, But then the other part of me was like, Elden Ring's been kind of hard to enjoy lately. So I figure I'll give myself a bit of a break. Yeah, because it's been a while since I've last played this. I really liked it back then, and I think I really wanted to kind of get back to it. Yeah, we're gonna go full sorcerer, I'm thinking, and I'm gonna get my pawn to be a sorcerer as well. Then I'll just get a couple other pawns that are kind of like a protector and like melee fighters. I think that works. I don't really remember. I'll probably have a healing mage, like a support mage. It might be a little rough. Yeah. That's my hope. The last time I played, I did a magic archer. And it was good. I enjoyed it. But I definitely,
Them beasts will burn the whole world up, way I see it. Save someone can stop it.
What was I gonna say? Basically, I remember playing Magic Archer last time, and I really liked having like the option to kind of use daggers and run around and do my thing. But being a mage sounded like it'd be really fun. Right, the enemies are gonna focus on me, even though I'm the one, you know, who would be the backline. That was kind of my worry. But you know what? At the end of the day, I'll just have to run around and be crazy.
I'd craft dressings for the wounded, cause I need a favor. I need more of the one you see there. The more you can find.
Oh god, that's right. There's so many quests. That's right. Oh god. All right, quest hunting. Let's go. I'll have to look out for some flowers. I don't really see the flowers she said she's talking about, but... Oh. Boil the pink ones to make medicine. Nice. But yeah, that's pretty much my concern, is that, like, I could go for a more melee warrior situation. I was actually thinking of doing that. And then having a support pawn. But I don't... I wish I enjoyed that style of that play style more.
You often see those flowers growing at the roots of bigger trees. Just see.
I really, really enjoy kind of being like the crazy one. Yeah, Magic Knight might be an eventuality for me. I did it a little bit at one point. I think my playthrough from forever ago, I think I did a little bit of Magic Knight. It was interesting, but I don't really remember how it went very well. Oh gosh, that's right. The the platforming, it's all coming back. It's climbing up on roofs and everything. All right. Just put my weapon away here. So, trying to figure out where exactly I ought to be headed to right now. One of them wants me to collect flowers. Just go around talking to people for a little bit.
Oh, hello. It's a mercy so much of the village was spared. I only wish I had more to offer.
Okay, this is our shop. Okay. Gotta get yourself a lantern. Do I have one already? I think I might already have a lantern. Yeah, get my first pawn. Yep, that's right too. I gotta do that as well, huh? How much money do I have? 2,000 to start?
You're always well.
Where's the pawn place? Isn't that... Shoot. It's gotta be like over here, right? I thought I would have triggered this already, but okay.
that man you are speaking with. He's of the Pawn Legion. They come from some unknown place.
The Black Knife Sigil.
Strange
right?
lot. Not human, quite. They look the part, sure enough, but they lack the will, the spark, what drives us. They have no capacity to feel nor act alone, so they live as sellswords. Myrmidons, they're called. There's an encampment west of the village where men gather to face the dragon. I'd wager a fair number of his kind will be there as well.
Right.
Why don't you take him? Might be you learn aught of why he came to you in the...
Before leaving, visit the store to make sure you've ample supplies.
Okay. Quests. Let's take a look. So I need to get Sunbright, 5 Sunbright flowers. I remember too, can't you like miss a bunch of stuff too in this game? Like if you don't do quests and like before you progress, you'll end up like missing quests and everything. Am I getting some visual tearing? Is that happening on the stream as well or just me? Might just be me. Hold on. Most of the quests good. Yeah, they're just for the experience, right? Yeah. That makes sense. I remember when I came through before, I spent a lot of time like trying to figure out quests and trying to do them all. I never really got a whole lot out of it.
Have you had a look by the shore? I recall seeing some.
Okay, so we'll go down by the shore. Take a look down there, why not? Good old rook. Yeah, it makes travel so it's easier. Yeah. He sees a chest of some sort there by the cliffs. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy remembering all of that. All right, there's got to be something down here, right? There's some flowers around here eventually. Arisen harpies, goblins like. Goblins ill like fire. Goblins are weak to fire. I'm looking forward to that. That's a classic right there. All these chests everywhere, but no flowers. Fog-like monster known as the brine. That's right. I forgot about the brine. It's so terrifying. How do you literally have like an ocean, like fishing village with a monster like the brine just hanging out? That's kind of crazy when you think about it. They never explain the brine, but it's ever present. Yeah, exactly. Just gather some small fish by hands. That's right. Can I gather a seagull by hands? Exactly, like everybody, like nobody knows how to swim. They just never figured it out. So what do? You just call it the brine and scare the children. I didn't see any of the Sunbright. I thought there was a pawn stone here. Yes. There's aught there. That's right. You gotta go forwards and get to the camp to get your own pawn, right? I think that's how it works. Like hard trying to remember everything. I don't really recall it.
To the encampment. This path should see us there.
Ooh, got all kinds of goodies. I'm trying to remember for the lantern. Isn't there like a hotkey? Oh, yeah, that's right. You have to use oil for the lantern. Yeah, and the food goes bad if you don't eat it. That's right. Oh my gosh. Thinking of Bloodborne? I guarantee you I am. I have like no memory of this at all in all of these similar types of games. I guarantee like they've destroyed my memory. All right. Get him with the angle. That's right. Goblins hate fire. I don't want to target the bunny. Stop. Oh man, that feels good. When foes seem too much to handle, try gaining levels or obtaining better equipment. Get good, basically.
That was far too close.
Yeah, Reynard, you're just out here on your own. What are you doing?
Reynard, a traveling salesman, though those damnable beasts ruined my wares. But thanks to you, it was only wares I lost.
That's right. Thanks to me. If you pay me a fee, I can stop it from happening again. Ooh, that's right. You get to wear like awkward hats and things. Can you loot goblin corpses?
Seems we're most like to find what we seek near trees. Huh. Trying to remember. So I think you can just kind of freely wander about, right? Got him. Ooh, there's another one. I missed.
Their kind hates ice and fire both.
Strength in numbers arisen.
A lot of everything is ridiculously dangerous and the auto-saving is brutal. That sounds about right, yeah.
They grow frenzied.
Yeah, they grow frenzied. That's right, Rook. You know exactly what you're doing, don't you? This guy. That's a lot of the stuff we need. I think I got like 3 or 4 there. I'll have to find another grand tree to loot off of. Yeah, being a mage is going to be weird. I haven't really done like a full mage from the beginning kind of playthrough before on this. So I'll have to kind of learn how to manage.
What of the flower hunt, Master? We mustn't keep her waiting.
This guy... I don't know. What of the flower hunt? I just found some sunbright, but I needed to find more, apparently. I think that there's going to be some by this tree over here, maybe. Another nice big tree. Was there a weight thing for inventory in this game? Was there an inventory weight? I don't think so, right? Oh. Is there? You have a low inventory, you move faster and run longer. Shoot. Alright.
The flowers which bloom by day favor the roots of large trees.
And rocks. Oh, those are cape flowers. Whoops. Ooh, we made a lot of gold by running around being crazy. Ooh. Was there anything else down here? I don't think so. No. Doesn't look like there's anything down here. I know, what an unusual, very strange beach. I bet you the brine shows up sometimes and likes to be mean for no apparent reason. Just to kind of shake the boat. If this was Elden Ring, there would be a giant tentacle octopus monster over here just writhing about. Aren't we glad that's not happening right now? I do not have the tools to handle that. I didn't see any other flowers over here.
This road will have us to the encampment ere much longer.
Are you all right, Master?
Don't go talking about giant octopus tentacles on Twitch. Is that a thing?
It's a grand tree.
Huh. Okay. I did hear that a bunch of people were talking about some of the recent, I don't know if it's clarifications or what. I don't know if it's a real thing. It honestly wouldn't surprise me.
They're a threat when well unified.
It's a grand tree.
Fire! Lend thy kiss!
There we go. There's the sunbright that I needed. How cute. I can't believe I missed it. It was that close. That's fine. We'll go turn this in real quick. Yeah, doesn't like a thing recently go around that like VTubing avatars have to follow the same rules everyone else does, like for realsy people do? There's some crazy thing like that. I'm like, yeah, makes sense.
I'm wounded. I ask you. Oh, brought the all that.
Nice. Saving content. Okay. Quests. Floral delivery. Gather moon glow. Did I not have moon glow?
The mix I.
The injured will die without those flowers.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, isn't it?
See those just
like at the end of the day,
Where
just
do the curing
be
flowers
reasonable.
Have you had a look by the shore? I recall seeing some.
I think I have to wait till nighttime
Dried fish are a local
for the other one, right?
Word is the fishmonger here is also learned in medicinal herbs.
So what? Do I have to sleep till nighttime?
It seems this way.
It's a man. I only wish.
She doesn't sell it, right? That would be too easy. No, she doesn't sell it.
I wish I had more.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, all the weird fashion that you can get in this game that doesn't make any real sense. Oh, I missed that. We'll get... I don't want the healer's robes or a shabby robe. I want a scholar's coat. Sounds legit. Yeah. I know. I don't know why. There's not even a slider for it in the character creation. It just is the way my character turned out, and I have no idea why, Duskers. Like, it's not even an option. Okay. I think... No, hold on, what? Yes, I'll buy that. Hey, how's it going, Vandal? One of your favorite games of all time? I have to agree. I wanted to kind of re-explore it, because I've been away just like playing other games for a while now, and I was like, what's a game that I haven't really seen or played in a while? And I'm like, you know what? Dragon's Dogma was legit.
I wish I had more to offer.
So I'm gonna be like a crazy sorceress situation. I think it's gonna be really cool. What I'm really gonna be aiming for is to be launching massive meteors down and being completely unforgiving about it. I want to get like my pawn to be able to do the same thing, so we can just like launch in tandem multiple at once.
I do not fancy the thought of you going off when...
They get reminded of Dragon's Dogma because of the 10-year anniversary. That's part of it.
In any case, take care.
I actually, it occurred to me before I saw about the 10-year anniversary. I recently was thinking to myself how Elden Ring made me want to play Dragon's Dogma. Like, it gave me that same vibe. Like, I was like, huh, what's a game that, you know, feels similar to me? Like, what vibe did Elden Ring give me? And I was thinking about it, and I'm like, it's kind of like a Dragon's Dogma on steroids. Like, just a really, really good take on that sort of open world, field enemies with like dungeons. Gotta be honest, I felt like Dragon's Dogma hit all of those nice little notes, but that Elden Ring like really executed on those qualities like really well. Is that it right there? Like, use a lantern, like, no. I'll just wander around in the dark, thank you, because it'll be able to see the glowy moon glow. So yeah, so partly the 10-year anniversary thing, I was like, you know what? Sure, that was kind of like the seal the deal moment for me. But I was considering it for a little while now. It had crossed my mind. Is that all I needed? Really? I thought I needed more than that. Oh, okay. Cool. That was really easy. Cool. Let's go turn him in. Easy quest. Easy quest. Yeah, like, nights are really, like, dark and atmospheric in this game. I agree, Nikrizi. Absolutely. I love the lighting, too.
Wolves!
Okay. All right, Rook, you have fun.
We'll have need of a lantern if we hope to search by night.
Sure thing, bud. Sure thing. Everyone's probably sleeping.
I here beneath a monster's. I do not offend. Did you come? What can I do you for? You seem tired, Captain. So be it.
This poor guy. I like how it keeps trying to tell me if you've come to an impasse in a quest, and I'm like, no, I know what I'm doing. Was only being able to play one character per profile. Yes, exactly. That's exactly how I felt, because I had to delete my old character, and I thought it would be really cool to keep that for posterity. But saying goodbye to my old save and like my old pawn did feel sad.
Both of them. In truth, I am surprised to see them got so quickly. I'll get to work directly. With luck, we'll have everyone back to health ere long. 'Tis your doing, cousin. I fear there's little I can offer you in thanks. Save this. Pray, take it. Now to make some medicine.
The conversation beats are definitely indicative of the decade that has passed. Look like a porcelain doll. Oh, that's kind of a weird angle there. I spent some time in the character creator. You can duck out of the way a little bit. There's not a good way to look at the characters' faces there. I don't really remember. Is there? Can you zoom? There we go. Yeah. I thought it was kind of a nice look. Not inspired by Ronnie at all, I promise. It's actually funny because it's an aesthetic I quite like. I have heard, Nakrizi, I have heard, hear me out. I have heard that there will be a Dragon's Dogma 2 that has been hinted at. And in like a not like rumory kind of way, but like in an actual like something that someone has leaked at some point. I don't really know the details of it, but it sounded actually promising. I don't know when that will happen though. And when it does, and it's some kind of strange exclusive to like the Steam Deck. Well, not even PC, but like Steam Deck specifically. Like you'd think it would be able to be played on PC, but no. That's the challenge. I do know that they did the Dragon's Dogma online at some point, but I don't think it was the same situation. I don't really know how that went for him. I never played the online, Dragon's Dogma online. I know, it's like already 10 years old. It's insane to think about. I'm right there with you. I'm absolutely right there with you. I do like your kind of the walking animations. You kind of do the crazy sprints or kind of like a hunch walk. Yeah, my first time playing this game was on stream within the last 10 years. I remember I did my first playthrough of it, and I have on my YouTube channel, I have some clips of the old first playthrough I did. I don't think I ended up finishing that playthrough.
Can you hear our stone, if memory serves?
Where is it? Pawn chatter off. Holy cow, Rook. Already. It's only been like 30 minutes. I miss when I could set it to like Japanese and then I could just not worry about it. If you've forgotten where you are in the story, select Chronicle. Hello, Pawnstone.
Well met, Arisen. Can you hear our voice?
Did the optimized warrior into assassin build? Oh yeah. Yeah. It's always good. Yeah, I do think Dragon's Dogma 2 might happen from what I've heard. Which would be really cool. Yeah, it is very strange and impersonal. How dare you?
This rift serves as a gate. It connects Archive to your world. It opens to the Arisen. For they possess a will powerful enough to guide the Legion.
It's nice to send your Abyss gear to your friends at least.
If you would claim to be among the Arisen, prove this very well. If you are an Arisen in truth, the Arisen must possess the valor and tireless spirit of self.
That's right. They basically have you do a tutorial. I remember. Guy behind Devil May Cry 5 made a deal with Capcom that they would remake Dragon's Dogma 2. It was something like that, but I've heard something more recent even. Yeah, the DLC, because didn't you have like the crazy like Black Isle or something crazy like that? That was really cool. I remember, I think I did a little bit of that quite early on. I forget what I'm doing. Quests. Check the area around the encampment until you find a threat that must be quelled.
The beast comes.
This is the Hydra, right? We gotta have a tussle with the Hydra. Yeah, Bitter Black Isle was really cool. No, it's a giant, not the Hydra yet. Okay. Order of events. I'm gonna have really awkward order of events remembering. That's right, the Cyclops. Stay away. I'll cast fireballs at your ankles. Arisen, the eyeball's its weak point, right? Not enough physical damage. Gonna have to hit it with that angle. I'm getting in there. Ow. Whoop. Less than ideal. Bam, in the face. Here we go. Yeah, exactly. Agrees you. You don't have to be all mechanically skilled. You can just use all kinds of tactics. I like that so much. I like that everything feels viable to a degree. That's right. The creepy cloak person. Gotta pick up all the nicely pouched. I like when they drop their bones in nicely pre-packaged pouches. There's something special about that. You don't see that anymore these days. Oh, that's right, Grand Soren. Yeah. I know that word. All right.
With that, your trial, you are the arisen in truth. Proven beyond any doubt.
We're proven.
Now,
we did it.
I bid you select
We did it.
for the journey ahead. They shall serve you and you alone, to share in your hardships and aid you in every endeavor.
Time to make our pawn. You guys ready to spend 15 years in the character customization? Oh boy, let's go. All right, confirm. What's my pawn's name gonna be? Shoot. This is a challenge. My pawn's true name. Call it like Respawn. No, that's a silly pawn. My main character's name, I'll just type it in chat. It's Zelia. Like spelled like that in chat. Zaelia. It's usually what I would call my pawn, which is the awkward part. What should the pawn's name be? Tough question. Tough question. Krung. Let's see. Bert. Ooh, that's not bad. I could roll with that. It's not quite like Egbert level, because I wanted to have it like be a nice name, but like, what's a funny type of sorcerer? Because obviously people name their pawns like Healbot or something like silly like that, and that's not like quite my vibe, right? I did not come prepared. Did not come prepared for this. Pasta Manster. I kind of don't dislike that. Pastafarian. Pastafaria. Worship our great pasta overlord and his noodly appendages. Pastafaria. I like that. It's fantasy. Exciting. It's unique and interesting. Pastafaria. And then I can like find a nickname here that fits. Do we have Noodle? Is Noodle in there? Please be? No? Okay. Let's try P for pasta. You're gonna be Princess. There you go. Princess Pastafaria. Ooh, that's not bad. I don't dislike that. It's only there for players with parental controls enabled because, you know, Pastafaria is a little bit too spicy. A little bit too spicy of a meatball. All right. Holy cow, some of the armors look really cool. Now I'm gonna have mine be basically like a little apprentice mage. I think that'll be funny. I like the idea of me being the pro sorcerer, and then my pawn being something along the lines of like a little apprentice sorcerer. I think that'd be cute. Some of the original themes they put into the game and took out for the remake. That's fair, yeah. They do that. Make her big. Pastafaria. Honestly, we don't see enough of this. I actually think this is quite a nice start. We'll work with this. Oh, no, I wanted to... Hold on. Edit. Ugh. Build. The taller the person is? Oh, shoot. Nope. We're just going like straight tall. What's the tallest one here? It's gonna be an Amazonian super tall. Let's go. All right. Yeah. How do I... voice. Oh god, the voices. I remember now. You go like summon a pawn, and that's all you'd hear during combat. Okay. Make more detailed edits. Hairstyle. This is where we get unique. Absolutely. Face shape. Get that jawline in there. Eyes. Everybody's got to walk around with their eyes closed. What was the default? This one? Brows. I like how you have like resting angry face, angry sad face, or resting sad face. The raised eyebrow look, just constantly inquisitive. Arisen, I cannot see. My eyes, they are shut. Why did you give me closed eyes? What a strange and cruel thing to do. So many noses. What was the default? 18. That'll do. Mouth. So many options. Oh no, not the schnoz. They have a little bit of everything for everyone, don't they, really? Aw. I don't remember these being quite as exaggerated. Ears. This is the magic. You got the super droopy ears, or you got elf ears. Either droop down or they droop up. You gotta take your pick. Tall, strong, elf lady, why not? Okay. Stature. Height. Tall. Oh gosh, that's right. You can just make them any color you like. Like, yeah. I got like super sunburn level of vibes. What did I want to go for here? What was the default? That one? Okay, we'll do that. Build Orc Lady. Oh, that's clever. I didn't think about Orc. Do you have green? We do got green. And go full Orc. Orcs are just really tall goblins, really tall, strong goblins. So it takes one to know one as far as their weakness goes. Orc Lady it is. I like that. That's a good idea. Oh. There is a bust size here. Didn't know that. Strong Orc Lady. That's such a difference. Holy cow. There. Orc Lady doesn't know magic well, so I teach. Oh, that's genius. I'm in. I forgot about that. Let's give the most broad shoulders imaginable. This crazy broad torso. Oh, that's funny. Like, you gotta go from like fairly well proportioned to like long bottom in like one click. Sure, why not? Kind of like a She-Hulk orc vibe, yeah. Gonna be pretty much a pack mule, so why not, right? Stance. Yeah, just middle of the... A little bit of a ladylike stance, why not? Our orc follower is very ladylike. That's the default. Why not? Wait. Features, scars. Here we go. Orcs always got crazy amounts of scars. Wait. Is there one that... There we go. Wrinkles. Oh my gosh. A little bit of definition of the face actually isn't that bad of a thing. I think that actually looks nice. Old orc. Definitely gonna have to adjust the color on this. What does this look like with the other makeups? I thought the gold looked nice too. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, the gold or the orange? That's hair color, whoops. Makeup. Are getting in like this orange or like this gold? Or like this one? I think this one. Orcs always got like the crazy red eyes. I think that's just a given. Hair color. What color hair do orcs have? Just anything? Pink? I think pink hair is what orcs usually have, right? I'm not an expert on orcs, unfortunately. I do think a darker color though would look nice. They just kind of have anything for hair. Yeah, that's how I was remembering. I'm like, orcs just kind of do whatever they want. But I think something darker like this would look good. And that darkish kind of like lavendery purpley. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm used to, Duskers. Like a lot of orcs just not even having hair. Because like in World of Warcraft is what I tend to reference. That's my experience around orcs for the most part. There's a game series dedicated to explain this called Orcs Must Die. Archmuffin, that is like one of the best things I've read in a very long time. Like, that's great. You win. You win. I don't know how to give a better accolade at this point. That's great. Oh, the great orc sorceress apprentice Pastafaria. Not really feeling dreads. Let's see. Just gonna go through the hair real quick, see if anything strikes our fancy. Just one last check. I think in the full like ponytail seems to look nice. All right.
Steel yourself for combat. Steel yourself for combat. Steel yourself for combat.
Oh yeah. She is sworn to carry your burdens. Tempted just to call her Lydia, to be honest. It did just cross my mind. All right. We're rocking with Pastafaria though. I think it's a cute name. Why not? It's unique, interesting. It's not quite Lydia levels. Yeah, from like Skyrim. Your House Carl. Is it House Carl? Oh gosh, that's right. We gotta ask questions. Shoot. Okay. When faced with danger, which trait would I most value in a follower? Okay, which is the one that makes it so that they will dual cast with you? Shoot, I don't remember. Is it utilitarian? I think it's utilitarian is the one that will like multicast like the big spells, right? I don't think it matters right now because we can change this later. We can take and sit down with our pawn, but we'll see. While in battle, which strategy would I prefer my follower employ? Rescue comrades in danger, strike at the strongest foes. Yeah, utilitarian seems to be the best. That's what I recall. Do I want my pawn to... What does call for reinforcement even mean? Like, I don't even know. Does that mean like... Yeah, you can buy the items with the rift stones. That's right, okay. I'm just trying to think of like what is the basic vibe, right? Because I kind of want my pawn to be able to do some basic healing and buffing as well. So I think Nexus is good for that. Like Nexus and Utilitarian are good. I think Medicant as well. I think this is pretty balanced. Let's see. Your follower rescues your party and turns the tide of the entire battle. What would you have them say? Wait, what? Your follower rescues my party and turns the tide of the entire battle. What would you have them say? Quickly after them. Yeah, I think that makes sense. You hunt them down, right? You can type out what they all do. It's all good, Nikrizi. It's all good. I can do some research on my own. I'll Google. I'll do the Googles and I'll figure out what everything needs to be later on. As far as starting out, I can kind of work with it just to start off. Because I'll just be doing a few hours tonight. And then I'll do some research and double check how I want my pawn to... Yeah, the wiki, I remember the wiki had some pretty in-depth stuff. And it's like, I'll have to really pore over it to make sure I understand it. I think this is fine. Why not? A majestic white steed, the perfect spouse. As a ruler, which gift would please you most? A spouse is not a gift. You cannot give somebody a... I mean, as a ruler, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's weird. That's pretty weird. I'll take the horse. Oh yeah, that's right. You're gonna be a mage. Be the strong mage. Orc learn good. Orc learn magic. How's she look though? This is the magic question. We gotta take a look. Oh, she tall.
Our fealty is sworn to you, Arisen. From this day, the Legion's men called pawns live and die by your command.
Right? Having been recognized as Arisen, you have been granted a loyal pawn to be your constant companion. You may hire up to 2 other pawns to support you in your adventures. Different pawns have different strengths, so you support pawns to tailor your party to fit your current needs. In addition to mining level and available skills, a pawn's knowledge is another important part. That's right. They have knowledge of like how to handle things and strategies. I remember.
My kind grows better able to serve the more we learn.
Doesn't this take you into the crazy like pawn realm? Oh, that's right. It does.
Is everything in order, Master?
I might get rid of Rook. There's not a... I'm getting rid of him. Goodbye, Rook.
May our paths cross.
A level 87 pawn? Oh gosh, look at that. The high level pawns already out of nowhere. That's right, you have pawns that'll just like solo the game for you, huh? That's an actual fact. Gosh, that's crazy. Oh man. Why are they free? I know, right? Why are they free? Is it because they're like, it's my first time coming in here? I don't know. Those are friends pawns. Oh, right. So if you're on my Steam friends list, I can see your pawns and they're free to use. That's right. You're absolutely correct. But what's up, Basti? It's good to see you. It has been a long time since I played this game. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, I gotta do so. I gotta try it out. Get back to it. We're gonna search pawns by level. We're gonna look for level 5. Choose a pawn to summon. I would like a fighter, I think. All right. Oh my gosh. It's like crazy to see so many pawns still like hanging out and being a thing just because you played the game once and it just stays forever. It's wonderful. Sure, we got Daz. Daz is a cute name, why not? We'll get Daz and we'll get Emily here. Why not? Let's see. See if they show up. 10 years worth of pawns, right? Oh, there they go. I missed that I had to get rid of my pawn to play a new character. It's so sad. But you know what? We'll make a new one. There we go. A lot of these servers are never shut down. The game would be nothing without them. It's like such a huge part of what makes these games, like what makes Dragon's Dogma is the pawns, right?
You'll be quite the force come the day you learn to fight as one. Mind you, that is a skill better honed in practice than in the heat of mortal combat.
Mortal Kombat.
I can help in that regard, should you wish it.
I make myself laugh.
The man of the enlistment corps. Let me be clear from the outset. I'm a harsh master.
Such a harsh
However,
master.
You'll complete 3 forms of training in sequence.
They swear by solo runs. I mean, I get it why you would do it.
A different quality. If you find a task too difficult to manage,
I just think it's kind of silly. It's like a different vibe, right?
there are other pawns here. You can. The first task is carrying freight. You're free to choose your company. Many hands, light will begin your task.
So I gotta go grab something and carry it along and put it back down, I think, for this one. Yeah, just even having to carry everything yourself. What a brutal way to live, eh? But I do agree, Nikrizi, there's like a unique feel to it that other games really haven't like touched and played with. There's so many good qualities. And it's really a shame that more games haven't really tried to touch on it. Oh, look at that. Pastafaria running, carrying it like it's nobody's business. She good. Orc lady strong.
Enough!
Enough! Oh, the voice acting is the charm. Very charming.
For a fine warrior afore long. Next is combat training. You'll face my scarecrow army here. Destroy them before my count ends.
What a... Just take a moment to think about what this guy just said. This guy has a scarecrow army. This guy thinks he's like the coolest guy ever because he has a scarecrow army. I love him.
But you must choose.
He's so intense.
A company all doing the same thing is less effective than using a varied approach. We'll begin as soon as you'll set about.
We're gonna get him. Like, oh no, what a shame that we're all doing the same thing. Enough!
It will come in time. For now, reconsider your tactics and your companion.
Oh my gosh.
We'll begin as you'll set about destroy.
I don't think he was pleased with me. I don't have a full party. I thought I got a full party, but apparently not. I really thought I did. I thought I retained my pawns when I went to the rift. But it seems that I in fact did not. Enough!
It will come.
Okay, so where do I get a full party from again? Hold on. Do I gotta go back through here to go to the pawn stone? I thought I got more pawns out. What a challenge. Gotta run all the way back to finish my party. We'll have us on the mainland of this game's world since this is considered just a big island, right? That would be pretty cool. All right, Palpatine. Just being ominous. So how come? We'll see. We'll see if I can find. Oh. Okay. These are all of the ones that were here before. So I gotta search again. Hang on. Search pawns by level. Level 5. Search conditions. I am looking for a fighter. Look, angel. Why not?
If thou seeketh to explore this domain, be wary.
What's up, Lance? Enjoying your pre-rolls? Thank you very much for dropping on in today. How are you doing? How you streaming? How's things going for you this evening? I'll ask again if the ads keep getting in the way, though. Oh my gosh, people have like crazy vibes going on in here. You had a good one? Nice, nice. What were you up to today? Get Bastion. Oh my gosh. It's such a little person.
Yes, Arisen.
Enlists.
I am honored to.
I'm just getting 2 fighters here. You have like a level 30 pawn. I used to have like a really high level pawn that was like really good.
Yes, Arisen.
I miss her. That is bad vibes. I was thinking of saying the same thing of getting rid of it. I'm like,
Is everything in
I'm gonna get rid of it. I agree. It's bad vibes. Yeah, give nothing. 1-star review.
I'd hope to serve you adequate. May our path.
Oh, is it more invades? Nice, nice. And yeah, I'm on PC, so that is correct. Oh, look, it's Godwin. Summon Godwin, why not? Maybe we'll get Godric in here. We're trying to summon him. It's happening. Take a moment. You went there on Xbox years ago, so you don't think your pawn would be available? Oh. Lance, you added me? Hang on. I thought I had you on Steam for some reason. There, I added you. Why is it another child? I don't want to run around with a gnome warrior leading the pack. I don't want a gnome warrior. Ugh. All right. Try again. Siegfried. Let's try Siegfried. Why not? Big Bob, you got some pretty crazy folks. Send away. Leave. But yeah, Lance, once I start leveling up a little bit more, I might have to grab some of these other cool pawns. There we go.
Yes, Arisen? I am honored to travel with you.
I got a couple frontline warriors to work with now. Ooh. Is Kelly yours?
Yes, Arisen.
I don't know. I just didn't see her before.
If you should ever need...
Man, I miss my pawn. I had to kill my pawn so that I could actually I've only got 2 pawns? What about my original pawn? Hold on. Wait, what? I need a 3rd? What? Let me take a look. Hold on. Sure, we'll get Flint. Why would I need a 3rd pawn? Don't I just have myself, my pawn, and then 2 additional pawns? Wait, whatever happened to my other one? Did I send away the wrong one? I'm so confused. I thought I hired another one. Did he run away? Maybe I didn't enlist him properly. I'm bad at this game, sorry. It's a literal child again. Why is it always children? He ran away. That's right, he did. You know what? First 4 to come in. First one that's not a child. Ugh. Be gone. Okay. We have some not children. That's good. Who the heck is this even? I don't have 1,782,290 rune crystal thingies, rift crystals. You can just leave, man. I don't know you. Get out of here. There, you're the only one who's like not a child.
Yes, Arisen. I am honored to travel with you.
When I get to 30, you have a little old lady. That's awesome. All right, we may leave now. Yeah, you know you can't afford me, pretty much. Imagine just showing up to like some lowly Arisen, just being like, I'm just here to make sure you know your place. You're a new Arisen, you're new at this. You don't get to have the nice things.
As soon as you'll set up.
All right. Everyone take your places. Let's go. Did we do it? Wow, I was so much faster. Enough.
Well done.
So much faster that time.
With that vigor, and you'll make for a fine warrior afore long. Right then. Finally, you'll be destroying more scarecrows, but don't expect a repeat of the last.
These scarecrows are gonna fight back.
There are 2 sorts of scarecrow, each with its own weakness. One falls only to steel and brute force, the other only to magic. If you're not mindful of how you attack them, you'll fail. Vary your party and your tactics. Will begin, well, it's...
All right. So I guess red is what, physical or magic? I think red is magic. Did we do it?
Enough!
Enough!
That's the fastest I've ever seen it done. And on a task fit to challenge even a seasoned warrior.
I like how his hands are making like a fleshy clapping noise, but he has gauntlets on that are padded.
Well done. You've completed your training.
I like how they did that.
See now the difference well-selected partners can make. Yes, no doubt, no doubt. You'll learn the rest from actual.
Yeah, kind of like a padded clink, 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 clink. Thanos snaps with the Infinity Gauntlet. That's true. That is true. That did happen. Nobody questioned that either, did they? All right. I got all kinds of weird stuff. So I think I have to go back over this way next. And they're having like a little war meeting, but let's chat real quick with this lad.
Have all you... We can see. Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
Because we can check out skills, because I got some disciplines. Now, I have to try to remember. What the good stuff is. These are the weapon buffs. The boons are the weapon buffs, the weapon enchants. I really don't care for the elemental ones. I think holy is the best one to get, but I don't remember where you get that from. Or how you get that. But I remember that being a thing. I think fire and holy are pretty good. I think I should teach these spells to both of us. I think I'll put maybe fire boon on my Pastafaria pawn here. And then I will take the two additional spells. I am considering picking up levitate or maybe just going straight into intervention for the damage reduction. But for right now, we're going to start off with lightning magic. Just to collect those. And we'll go from there. But ice, when used against the rifle foes, will completely freeze them. Probably the strongest effect of them all. Huh. I didn't know that. Maybe what I'll do is I'll grab fire and ice and just have those as an option. That's pretty cool. I didn't actually know that. Okay. There we go. I got my primary elements. That's a good start. I have played this like ages ago, Lance. Ages and ages ago. I honestly struggle to remember all of the details. I know wolves hunt in packs and goblins hate fire. I remember that very vividly. Ice is good for lizards. Okay. I guess they are cold-blooded, right? So that would be pretty strong against lizards. Huh. That's good to know.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. Come against you.
All right, so I have those and my healing spell. Okay. It's this guy. Whoops. Sorry about that, ma'am.
I am Mercedes.
Mercedes, that's right. Think of us as your non-combat pawns here to tell you or yell at you about enemy weaknesses and shortcuts.
They say you hold dominion over the pawns. I've ordered pawns to take up swords and fight myself, but they are a clumsy lot.
You just remember the review? Ah, roses. Also, how are you doing? Good to see you today.
I cannot call them into this world as you do, though, nor make traveling companions of them. What manner of magic lets you command them so? Well, it matters not.
I had my heart eaten by a dragon, but you wouldn't believe me.
Come. I'll welcome any help, be it pawn, artisan, farmer, or fishwife. Make use of the encampment as you please. As you will. Repose is the better part of readiness.
I will take a nap. Yes, please. Thank you for offering me the opportunity. Everything's about to burn down in the middle of the night because there's a Hydra. I'm ready. I know that there's a Hydra eventually. It'll happen. I'm sure of it. The intro to this is so good too, because you think it's just a giant snake. And they did such a good job at this sort of introduction. It's like, oh, it's a second giant snake. Oh, wait. It's a third giant snake. I hydrated. You win this round. Oh, that's right. That's sort of the aura one. I don't really remember how these work. It's fine. We give them the fire blasts to the face. Ah! This is so cool. Nobody expects coming in from behind. Souls X Dragon Dogma crossover. I think that'd be amazing. I agree. I got this, guy. We're winning. Sea Duskers? That's what I thought. I was like, I want to experience this game as a mage like from the onset because it's such a weird experience. Like they designed this game for that melee experience. Like there's no denying that. Has a rattlesnake tail. That's cool. Yeah, the late game mage stuff, that's kind of what I've explored in the past that I'm familiar with. Like getting straight up like meteors and tornadoes and everything. That's really where the cool stuff is. Throw it in its face. Shouldn't have done that. I know what to do. Oh. Boom goes the dynamite. His head, only one head popped off. We gotta keep an eye out.
I am impressed.
I'll be damned! This your handiwork? For truth? Oh, what did the lack of an idol doing here anyway?
What happened to the Hydra, though? Did it run away?
But make a gift of these heads to the Duke, and you might earn yourself a real title. Arisen. I see better now from whence the legends arose. Good judgment, swift footwork. Impressive, truly. In any case, the Duke will want to know of this attack.
Yeah. We definitely... Like, I just wanted to know whatever happened to him. Like, it just despawns. Yeah.
But a Hydra's head and the Arisen who claimed it make up the difference amply. I cannot say what the past may hold. You'll need your strength. It will be slow going with the cart. I dare say you'll have no trouble catching up.
Yeah.
We'll meet at the Way Castle.
Cool.
Then I bid you rest well.
I'm gonna take another nap since I got rudely awoken. That's so good. Yeah, Lance, so I originally played like a magic archer, and then I went into magic knight, and then I ended up on sorcerer.
Hold on. She was said to lead the village in search of art for your wounds. I thought you accompanied her. These are dark times for a girl alone in the wilds. Any idea where she...
Huh?
The chief worries after you. I pray she wouldn't attempt it.
Oh, that's right. I have a loose recollection of what that is. Yeah, the Mystic Knight was crazy. Do the well quest. It's the first actual real difficult quest in this game. I might. I don't really remember where it's at or how to do it. So like, it's one of those awkward like things. If I happen to pass a quest that's time sensitive, yeah, let me know. Definitely do inform me. That purple one there, I gotta go back, yeah? I think eventually you go back to your village and there'll be a quest marker about it. Okay.
Ever a pleasure.
A merchant lady. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for a merchant lady. There is an merchant here.
Hi there. In some time, dear. No.
You can buy his small nuts. Some absorbent rags. Venom. That's right, the leather shoes that like you just wear underwear and leather shoes. It's amusing. I think she's in the original village, yeah. The starting village. This is quite an upgrade. I'm gonna buy this.
Now,
We'll run back real quick and we'll go take a look. Because there is that purple mark. I think that's for Bitter Black Isle though. But if there's a quest I can take care of, might as well. Let's ask at the village. Rusty weapons cause torpor or slow effects. Oh, that is interesting. I didn't know that. Isn't that the same thing that there's like a spell that I remember where you made like an enemy oily or something? Or is that just called torpor? I think it actually is just called that. It's hard to recall. Okay, let's talk to the innkeeper then and see what's going on. It makes a poison bog to poison them and slows them. Right. Ooh, all sorts of quests here.
Gives me chills just to think of it. I'll make no excuse, cousin. Let me tell you this. I was too craven to venture far. The lucky thing, there's Ort down there. You not see me go, what? Here, I'll not...
Okay, we're gonna go down into the well.
Hold a minute. It's me. She's... I beg.
Make for the witchwood.
Well, Madeline.
Oi, it is a matter of warding the village from eye. Truth, there ain't a skill. I've come and find.
That's right. It's her.
Oh, I know
Madeline.
you.
I've set her shop up in Grand Soren, I think.
Cassidus, yes? I heard about. And of course you know me. I come here now and again to restock my wares. You do recall me, yes? Ravishing beauty of legend. Well, no matter. These are dark, and yet, truly, fortune means us. You. And with that, I trust you know. I must travel. Would you see?
I'm gonna escort her, I guess. Is it gonna force me to escort her, or can I do the well first? I think I have to just follow her real quick, right? I might as well escort her first, just to the camp, right? Yeah, to the encampment. Yeah. Yeah, they don't let you, yeah, they don't mind letting you miss content, right? I think there's a mentality that comes to that when designing games where a lot of people just starting off at low health or what? That's fine, whatever. I was gonna say,
Gold. Now there's a fine treat.
right, escort quests. I forgot how that goes. What was I gonna say? Basically how there's a mentality when designing games where you don't want to treat it like a roller coaster ride where you have to show every little thing compared to a lot of other games nowadays where you see a lot more like you said from like Japanese development teams where they're like, yeah, you just miss half the game, go for it.
Hold a moment. There's art here.
Escort quests, escort quests. It's just how you have to do it. Oh, she didn't like that. I'm sorry.
I yet cannot fathom that dragon. You should. 'Tis a shame. I mean, true, but you'll find not. But thank you very much.
She got fussy with me.
All thanks goes to your fine work.
Literally, there's like a bunch of guards on the road. Absolutely no trouble whatsoever. And she's like, I need an escort. Like, relax, ma'am. Relax. It'll be okay.
This may sound... Have you aught... Please, I must make for the capital. It's a terrible curse. Will you spare some gold? I would repay you, of course. I am so... A woman's oft has it. If ever fortune seeks, you'll find not...
Okay. Is there some reason to do that, if I recall? I'll give her money. I don't care. Leather bindings. Ooh. Strength and magic and defense? That says a lot about me. Does it? There's a speedrun route to minimize how much she stops to pick things up. Really, Lance? That's hilarious. What does it say about me? I'm curious. It says I'm nice and considerate. It's true. I'll take it. Look at how much money I have, though. Where do you see your gold at in this game? I have like 4,000, almost 5,000 gold. Well, here's the thing, Ninja. Here's the thing. Follow my logic, right? If I give her 1,000 gold, she'll hire someone else to take her the rest of the way. So, however that ends up working out. However that ends up working out. Okay, we're gonna go check out that well now. We're gonna go run around in the dark. Imagine having to pay someone you escorted. Fair? Fair. Gonna descend, go on down, take a look, see what's going on. All right. Now I know that the lantern is a thing here. If you get wet, the lantern goes out, right? I recall. And then the quest board at the inn. Okay, I'll check that out too. I should go there first, huh? Because won't the quest have something for me to kill in here? Shoot, I gotta go. Because yeah. Because they have like the kill X amount of things quests, and they like, it's good to do that before you check out areas. I remember. Gotta reset the lantern if you get wet. Yeah, that's right. All right. Now we can go down. The real baddies are deeper in this cave. That's right. Like that rock. Very dangerous. Got him. Ah! It's a snack. Oh man. Let's pick up some mushrooms. Oh, I'm poisoned, aren't I?
To keep the lantern burning.
How do you cure poison? Do I have an antidote? I do. We're just gonna wander around in the dark. No, that's actually really dark. Is there a spell that makes it light? I don't remember. I feel like there ought to be. Or I might just be thinking of Elden Ring though. Dark Souls 2 wishes it was this dark. Oh no. Think in the expansion they introduced a light spell? Okay. That has some promise for me then. Because I am playing the Dark Arisen. Multi-strike. Multi-kill. Well, this is back near the start. I've done a bit of a loop. Combo. Quest successful. Oh my gosh. What a strange looking dog. Aww. That's right, the lizard creatures. Wrong spell. Oh, we're gonna get him. Give him the zap. We're leveling up. Give him the lightning. I don't really know how to use the ice spell, to be honest. It doesn't really make sense to me. I feel like I gotta get really up close. Oh, Pastafaria is learning new techniques against that foe. She's gonna be so smart. Oh, out of stamina. Whew. Gotta recover. I don't have boons, so it's not on me to do that. On Pastafaria to take care of it. Ah! Pastafaria can handle the boons. The mid-air lightning combo, though. There you are. You made a pawn with troll skills. Yeah? Barely got hired. Oh no. What were the kind of skills that you used? Like a skill that makes everything around you move slower. There's a shield jump or launch. Okay, that sounds hilarious. Just constantly knocking enemies up into the sky. That's valid. That is valid. Let it be stated. I think that is perfectly valid. Okay.
If you lose your way, you need...
Personally, you never hired pawns based on what they're geared towards. You always hired them off of if what you wanted? Off of what you wanted. Oh, I see. Ah! It's this little snakes everywhere. They're terrible. Also, I don't know if you guys can see this very well. I want to show this off real quick. I worked hard on it. I made myself an earring. It's a little sword. I just wanted to show it off. I've been like wondering if it's obvious or not. It's not very obvious when it's little, but I made myself a little earring. It's a little Frostmourne sword. I just had to show that off real quick. It looks great, doesn't it? I used a program called Vroid Studio, but I did completely customize it. I've done a lot of texture work on my own. I made the horns. I retextured the hair. I did the eyes myself. Like, if you look real close, like my eyes, I did those. I did all kinds of things. You double as a toothpick? Yeah, exactly right. Why not? You're legally obligated to inform me that I'm playing the wrong class, and the nearest Ark of Deliverance agent will be with me shortly. I'll have to hire a pawn to handle the accommodations. Is that a thing? What is this? Did I miss something? Is there a way in? Is that a door? Oh, there's just a door here. Ha. I'm glad they added that window. I'm about as blind as it gets when you're a bat in a cave, right? Which is actually really funny because that's a myth. Bats are actually, they have pretty good eyesight. So I'm gonna go pretty heavy Sorcerer Desert. Yeah, I want to go very heavy Sorcerer from the get-go. I want to just go straight for crazy magic, and then having a pawn that'll do the dual casting. And then I'm gonna have I'm gonna hire other pawns. Like I'll hire a couple, like a warrior pawn, and maybe an archer pawn, just depending on what I'm looking for. So my pawn will be like pseudo healing and support, but also we'll have some good stuff. So yeah, I think the sorcerer stuff is going to be really fun. I missed a few items in a chest back in the cave as well. Really? Did I? Let's go take a look. I can't say no to loot. We'll double check. Gosh, I love loot. Do I get to name my minions? I only got to name my singular pawn here called Pastafaria. And then, of course, my main character. The other pawns are actually other people's characters. So I didn't get to name them, but they come with whatever they named them. Ooh, a healer's robe. Ooh, grapes. Grand grapes, no less. Not just normal grapes, grand grapes. Can you believe they had more polygons in the grapes in this game than they did in Final Fantasy XIV? Can you believe that? 10-year-old game has more polys on its grapes than Final Fantasy XIV did. I shake my head. I shake my head. That is silly. Don't bash their square grapes. They made the best square wine. It's true. What am I talking about? It was a meme that went around fairly recently where the grapes in a specific area in Final Fantasy XIV were basically like really low polygon. It was like straight up like just a diamond shape. I don't know what the proper like geometric parallelogram description is. You missed the squapes. I did hear they got patched. I do know that they got patched. I have heard this, but I still think it's funny. It's very amusing to me. Oh, we came out over here. Cool. I gotta head back on in. They were set to only use the super low performance models instead of changing based on your settings. Yeah. Should have just gone all in and made the meme real. Why not? Though, why not? And also, what's up there, Kanokunai? Good to see ya. The squapes. You know, if you set your performance down all the way, maybe. Oh, that's right. I should take off my lantern, huh? Thank you, Duskers. I appreciate it. What would I do without you guys? What would I do? Like the Super Saiyan Shaggy meme? Yeah, where Shaggy from Scooby-Doo is technically in universe for like all sorts of things. I've heard Shaggy is also in Star Wars canonically. I've heard he is actually a canonical Jedi. And what a surprise that was for everybody involved. Hey there, Natty. Gonna slowly hop our way along. Shaggy overthrew the Sith, or so you're told. He took the mask off of Darth Vader, and underneath, it was just another mask of Darth Vader. There's a new Smash-style game with Shaggy in it, and they straight up made the Super Saiyan Shaggy meme real in it. Oh, I understand now. With the quotes and everything. That's incredible. That's pretty great.
You sleep? No, I think I simply fear. 'Tis a relief, and I shall strike.
I'm glowing. Imagine not mushroom abusing to sprint between towns. What can I say, Lance? I'm not as cultured and refined.
As you will. As you will.
I got some hats. Oh, I see. I think these belong to my pawn? No. Wait, what? Are these because I have the Dark Arisen DLC shenanigans that I have access to these things? These are like just in my stash arbitrarily. I remember. That's a thing, isn't it? Something that games don't really do anymore. It's true. Apparently it's a problem. I could go for a robe of enlightenment to start off with for a bit. Look, it gives me additional magic defense and some better resistances. And I look snazzy. Who can say no to looking a little bit snazzy? We're gonna be all sorts of enlightened up in here. Very good.
As you will.
What did I want to do?
What can I do you for? Take care now.
Quests. There's more quests to do. I need to slay 24 giant bats. I need to get more of those. We gotta find rabbits, goblins, and bandits in the pass. Talk to Estella and Geraldo. Make for the witchwood and off with its head. An uninvited guest. Oh yes, this is the thief. I remember.
I believe such villainy could be found in Cassardis. Had I not, the scoundrel even uncovered my hidden stores. 'Tis clear the felon is no common cutpurse, but a thief of considerable skill.
I recall, don't you have to chase around the person in the middle of the night? Or something like that? You have to like do a sting operation and try to collect him in the middle of the evening.
I'd have been impressed.
That'll be
not
fun.
been so angry. I only wish I had more.
I'm gonna buy a pickaxe. I'll buy some empty flasks as well, just to have.
I only wish I had. You're always welcome here.
Speak with Pablo's. Okay. He's the innkeeper. Doesn't he let you stay for free?
Ready, are you? He's fierce and fleet when the thief arrives, and we'll have those pawns. With luck, you'll catch him with. Well, quick. Done with your preparations, good fisher?
All is
Then we'll
ready.
wait.
We're gonna
Our
chase
plan
him.
begins with night's fall. I shall go stand watch. 'Tis time. I've faith in you, cousin.
I'm glad he has faith in me because, you know what?
And why
It's a rare
not?
commodity
There's
these
a
days.
reason petty thieves are a simple quarry, aye?
All right. We gotta find them. Now, do they show up on the map? I don't think so. We'll begin our search this way. We must turn around and search down here now. I can hear the music, but I don't see them. There they are. Ah. Sneaky, sneaky.
Doggy bastard!
No! He slipped past. He's slippery. Why is he so slippery? Get back here. Ah, get back here. I will capture you. Oh, he's so quick. I wish I took like speed as a core skill. He's so quick. Did I lose him? Oh, I'm not trying to lose him, am I? I'm supposed to be the one trying to catch him. I see him down there. So quick. I missed my chance. I had one good opportunity. I think he got away. I don't see him. Shoot. I think he might have... Ah!
You damn ya!
No! Get back here. I almost had him. Ah. What a sneaky fella. Wait. Where did he go? I'm gonna utilize my big brain.
Dogged.
Got him.
Unhand me.
Yes.
How's the day find you?
Got him. Ah. That felt good. Big brain.
It was fine work last night.
Big brain.
What's more, the rat you caught has a loose tongue. He spoke of the company he keeps. A band of thieves that style themselves the Iron Hammer.
Oh, the Iron Hammer.
In the south for that. Seems they eat well on the goods they pinch from the merchants walking the need. If you cause to head south, pray keep watch for their ilk.
Got him. That's so much gold. We're rich. I'm basically the one stealing at this point. I got a lot of extra weight going on here. Oh. Oh. I didn't eat my food fast enough and it's going ill. Can I sell my rotten food?
I only wish.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're gonna sell all of our nasty food here for a lot of money. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll buy your moldy, rotten, like gross stuff. Like, ew. 'Cause I guarantee you, I will accidentally eat everything. I will accidentally eat it all. I guess I can put away my clothes. I don't have to sell them, but I can hide them. Am I not wearing those? Oh, did I get a wrist item that I didn't wear yet? Damn. You end up storing your food. Herbs and mushrooms don't go bad? Okay. And you can give them to your pawn. Hmm. How horrible. Yeah, I can try equipping my pawn with some stuff too. Hold on. Oh, that's right. You have clothing and armor. That's right. That's weird. Scholar's coat. Give. Pastafaria. Pastafaria. Equip. Gonna be a scholar. What else do we got? Oh, you're good, Natty. You're good. I was just saying hello. As you do. Okay. I did get a couple chests in the rooftops already, but I'll double check. We'll do a quick little parkour.
What can I do you for? As you will.
We're gonna deposit some shenanigans in here. Stuff that I'm just not gonna use ever. I might hang on to the curatives and such. Put the grapes away. Tools. I don't need the arrows. Do I need a skull? It inflicts curse. Huh. Some bones. Oh. I think I can put away this stuff. The materials. I think I can put this stuff away. I'm not combining anything right now. I'll come back and get that stuff out later if I need to. There we go. I feel a little lighter already. Aw. Put one of my... Actually, is Pastafaria, do they have a lantern? Lift stones. Oh, right. I remember what that is.
As you will. What can I do you? Take care now.
Equipment. Tools. Nope. Inventory. Oh, it's gonna be weird getting used to the going back and forth between like menus. Materials are best left in the bank unless you're upgrading items. Okay. Why is skull a tool? I think it's because you throw it like a rock. Yeah, that makes sense.
Many a life was ended by falling from too great a height.
Well, that's pretty morbid. Thank you, Siegfried.
I hear many. What can I do you for? Take care now.
Okay. Who do I go to look at my skills again? I think we gotta go to the encampment, right? I think that makes sense. I don't really remember. Time to zip our way back over there anyways. I think quest-wise, I would like to continue fiddling around with this stuff, but I don't think any of these are super useful. I know make for the Witchwood is. But yeah, we'll go check by the guy in the tent. Yeah.
Shall we hire a pawn more knowledgeable?
She just straight up called everyone here stupid. That's amazing. Lost and found is too hard. I thought so. I didn't remember. Let me save. Just to get it out of the way. A quick save never hurts. Because on the map, right? On the map, I don't think I can go to the Witchwood yet. I think it's somewhere back here though, right? Or maybe it's further along and then up. I don't remember. It's weird having a vague recollection, but not really remembering either. It's a hill to the west. Okay. Okay. How about this? Just somebody remind me later if I'm about to progress past going to the Witchwood. The Witchwood? Exactly, Desert. Exactly. I remember spending a lot of time dying to the bandits trying to get to the Witchwood. I have a vague recollection of doing exactly that, just dying repeatedly.
We can safeguard. Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
All right, we got some new stuff. Let's take a look. Oh yes, we got Holy Boon and Haladon. Well, I am probably going to grab. I'm guessing. Ooh, probably High Ingle to start with. And Pastafaria here is going to get Holy Boon. I wanted to teach Haladum as well, but we can get there later. Yeah, we're going for big fire energy out here. Big fire energy.
What will it be today?
Wait, did I set my own skills? I see. So high Ingle automatically replaces low Ingle. That's good. I didn't want to cast little fire anyways. Only big fire for me. Thank you. Only conflagration here. Only conflagration. Is this a quest board?
Well met, sir.
Yes, more quests. Yeah, only big fire here. It's my hope to get the big fire in terms of meteors at some point soon. I'd be quite looking forward to this. Big fire. Oh look, a small circle of graves. This is where the giant dog with the sword spawns, right? I've seen this in a game before. Ooh, a chest. Cast too many meteors and you'll attract the Final Fantasy protagonists trying to kill you. Why is it so true? Why is it so true? The graves of those that were taken by the brine. Yeah. The brine. Aha. Now this is the shenanigans area. We'll come back.
Get him!
Got him. I bet they had some cool loot. I like how he shouts next time as if he's gonna have a next time. Well, we showed them, that's for sure. Any nice little loot? No loot. Okay. I thought we'd have a little bit of loot, but I guess no loot is okay too. Let's hop back down to the road. Aren't there like wandering pawns you can collect too that are just like walking along? A pawn status, this guy's just helping.
Yes, Arisen.
Oh. That's hilarious. It's another orc. I know, right? I'm so surprised. I'm tempted to get rid of one of... Maybe I'll get rid of... No, Siegfried knows about gravity. He's actually a really valuable pawn. I can't get rid of him. Tempting, though. That wolf just dropped an orb to ponder. This is cool. I do like this. What was that? Did I just miss a quick time event or something? Just a cinematic camera from my pond does something cool. Okay, okay, I gotcha. I like that the pelts just pop off of the wolves. You don't actually have to go through the horrific process of collecting the material. Very good. Oh, you guys don't want to do this. We're slowly making progress. A lot of wolves. Oh man, I got crowd control for days. That's pretty fun. Pastafaria just throwing boons out like it's nobody's business. I probably should just give them one boon because they kept replacing boons repeatedly there. And I'm imagining that if I just give them one boon, they'll cast it and then focus on other things. So it's probably going to be wise, I'm imagining, to give them like a single boon to run with. At least until they're knowledgeable. Because of course they're not. The heck is this? Multiple boons are best for player characters. Okay, that makes sense. That's what I was thinking. Like, that's what feels correct. Get him. We about to have a scrap. Hey, lads.
That one.
Hit him with the high angle. I'll never see it coming.
You were lucky.
Oh boy. They're angry. Out of stamina. Gotta take a breather. Hang on, lads. I'm surprised at how easy it is to like run out of stamina. You can't spam spells as much as you'd like to. Is that a pawn or a bandit? This bandit is just like harassing this random pawn. I'm trying to grab him. It's not working. Very good. Okay. So that's some bandits taken care of. I like that. Just some random bandits hanging out. How dare they try to steal my pennies. I'm just a little lone sorceress coming straight from the village down by the Fisher's coast. I don't have anything valuable. The most valuable thing I have is that my heart was stolen by a dragon, and that's novel and somehow valuable, just by the sake of that information. I think we're almost there. Huh. Very good. I remember now.
If thou seekest to explore this domain, be wary.
Hey there, bro. How are you doing? You've arrived at a wonderful time. How are you doing, bro? How's your stream tonight? What's happening here? It's hard to explain. So I'm gonna omit the explanation and just go straight to a very clear definition. You can climb on the cow. And so I was just remembering a thing I've done before and doing it for the sake of, you know, doing it.
I trust you rested well, given the hour. We make for the capital, men.
Just yeah, I decided to play Dragon's Dogma after a really long time. Elden Ring kind of got me a feeling of like I wanted to play an RPG that was a little bit more in depth, but still had some of those open worlds kind of vibes with like the field bosses, and I don't know, this just felt like a kind of game that Elden Ring really advanced on. Like, Elden Ring had so much good things about it for open world games, and this does as well. And I just remember it being a lot of fun to play and explore around in this world. And so I was like, I'm kind of in the mood for it. So here we are. Here we are. But yeah, what's up, Fabulous Jester? Good to see ya. And Q, always a pleasure. Remember death farming chests in this game? All sorts of shenanigans, yep.
Even goblins can be a threat, and they walk the roads openly of late. Take no chances, men. Cut them down on sight.
Crazy goblins.
This pass is a nest for every man our beasts. No man can say from where they will strike. Pray be careful.
And this is a Hydra head that I popped off of the Hydra. And they were like, yo, that's pretty cool. And so, you know, one thing led to another, and now I'm transporting it to the capital. Or something along those lines. Harpies. It's fine, just leave everything to the pawns. They'll figure it out. Completely out of stamina. Climbing on the cow takes too much stamina. I try. But alas. Gotta break out like an anti-air cannon for these guys. I'm trying to get maximum quest and monster knowledge on your pawn. I had a pawn that had like all of the knowledge, like the really good gear. And I feel really sad because in order to start a new character, you have to get rid of your previous one. You can only have one character for the save, right? So I actually had to kill my old pawn and my old character in order to be able to actually play the game on a new save, which is sad. Yeah, my pawn was a utilitarian that basically helped me multicast meteors. So I'm trying to relive the glory days, and we're recreating that situation. We're gonna go dual mage with a couple pawns for auxiliary shenanigans. You gotta have at least one tank out there, right? Life is good. What's up, Skull Monkey? A pleasure, a pleasure.
Keep watch for falling rocks ahead, Captain.
This falling rocks are what we gotta watch out for. You know, not the birds floating around trying to attack us. Whatever you say. Whatever you say. You give them the fireball. You'll learn your lessons soon enough. I never learn my lessons. That's my secret.
Fallen rock bars the path.
I know, right? They just straight up didn't even bother.
Cloud of honey.
The cloud. Cloud of unease, guys. A cloud of unease. Well,
Behind us! Stand clear!
it wasn't the falling rocks that got me. It was gravity. Where was the last checkpoint? I don't even remember. It was a while ago, right? Well, let's see. Let's see where it was at. At the start? Okay, that's fine. We can do this again. I deserve it. Beware of falling arisens. Escort quest, let's go. I shake my head. What have I done? What have I done? The funny part is, games like Elden Ring, where like everything has collisions that like are walkable, completely spoiled me.
Take no chances, men.
Because now I'm sitting here trying to jump on everything. You've messed around in the escort quest. Yep. I left my charge to not do anything yet.
No man can
Cardinal
say from where
sin.
they will strike. Pray be careful.
They come from above. Ready yourselves.
How could I have done that? It's fine, we'll just keep sniping him out of the sky. One at a time. Right? No man can say from where they will strike as they're sat there perched on a branch. Like, sir, I'm afraid I can see very clearly. They're right there. They're literally just right there. Or did they despawn just now that I've said that? That was weird. There they are. Yeah, they just popped down to the ground for a minute for no reason. That was interesting. Maybe there is some truth to it after all. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I could do nothing about that situation. The game had it in for me. We're slowly making our way through the pass. I'm not gonna play around and die from gravity again this time. We're taking it slow. Whether I like it or not. I have the cinematic camera on. I can turn it off. Is it bothersome to you? It's in here, right? I don't really care what my pawns are doing, to be honest. The pawns don't really do anything cool to begin with.
Watch for falling rocks on the path ahead, Captain.
I've heard that before recently, I feel like. I'm having some deja vu. Very disorienting. Okay. Yeah. I don't need to have it on.
Fallen rock bars the path.
All right, one moment. I gotta get this chest over here again. I remember. There's loot to be had. I like how there's just literally a chest in here full of dragon spit. I just turned it off, right? Hold on. Cinematic camera off. How did that happen? Why am I spitting into chests? I'm not. Watch out for falling rocks, guys.
Don't stop. We're exposed here.
Yeah, that's on you guys, not me. Y'all could have kept moving forward, but just stand there in the way of the rock. You know, the funniest part about it is, Duskers, I'm not even a furry. That's the most amusing part. I think you just have to outrun it or let it hit you first or something, right? Like stand in the way of it. Throwing a pawn into the rock to save half the cow's HP so you can kick it more is so calm. Yeah, just throw a guard into it? Gosh, that's genius. Horrible, but genius. Horribly genius. Ooh, that vocation increase.
Is it the serpent's blood that draws them? We cannot turn back. Stand strong and press onward.
That's right, press onward. We're almost there. So close. Remember farming cows for vocation levels? There's something beautiful about that. Just being a cow farmer. How we doing? Everybody good? Y'all alive? I wonder if I have to press that lever.
The creatures.
Screaming little goblins, let's go. The goblins are so strong. Holy cow. That was a joke. I don't think they're strong at all. But this whole time I haven't been a furry. That's right.
Keep marching.
It's a very it's an interesting thing because throughout the years there's been a handful of conversations I've had to have, like with Dropout Dragon, for example. He was like dead sure I was a furry. I'm like,
vigilant till we're in Grand Soren's gatesmen.
Hey there, Primmy. How you doing? But that said, though, I'm furry adjacent. I'm kind of like the way Dragon described it to me, which is actually really funny, but also kind of like mean, is that I basically wear the club jacket. And it's like, I'm not trying to mislead anybody or be weird about it. But people swear like that I'm a furry, and I'm like,
They're ahead! Ransoren is in sight! We are nearly there, men. Now
the origin actually of the dragon motif to begin with, which is really interesting, came from my Dark Souls 1 days. Way back in the day, I did a lot of Dark Souls 1 PvP, and my PvP build was the dragon form in Dark Souls 1 with the dragon tooth, and I kind of became known as like the dragon bro of the Dark Souls community at the time, which is interesting, and that's where the dragon motif originated from. Give you guys some lore. Thought I were the dragon bro because I was a dragon furry. Surprising, isn't it? I apologize for the misunderstanding. There's so many bandits and goblins out here. We're almost to town too. You apologize for assuming? Oh, it's not a problem, Duskers. Like, I have so many friends who are furries or, you know, with all sorts of interests. I'm like, for me, it's not that I have a very deep understanding of communities that I technically am not a part of. So it's one of those funny things. Like when you get to the point where you can talk shop around that sort of stuff, you know the jargon, you know the terminology. You can have a very clear conversation. It's like, yeah. It's like I have a little, like an honorary deputy badge. You are a poet and you weren't even aware of the fact. Can I beat them to over here? Do I have to wait for him? I don't want to like break the quest by entering the town before they do. We're just gonna slowly walk up the gates here. If you've come to an impasse in a quest, try setting it as your priority quest to ensure you receive helpful tips and information. Guys, how do we get to Grand Soren from here? I'm at an impasse. I'm lost. I don't know where we go to continue. Someone help.
We've arrived. Well done, men.
Very good.
Hydra's head is a fine prize. His Grace will be pleased with the cause work. Walk proud through these streets, men. We are heroes to the people of Grand Soren.
About to start the draft of your first book. That's awesome, actually. I also noted your use of semicolons. I occasionally use a semicolon myself, and it's a very good feeling. What's better is knowing you've used it correctly and you weren't trying to do a winking emoji.
I'll make for the castle directly to offer my report to his grace. I'll have word sent for you, friend. Pray, sojourn in the capital a while. To the castle mains! Step lively!
This is that guy. Is he like the innkeeper or a merchant?
Fortune
Mason.
smiles upon me. Well met, Sir Arisen. I am called Mason, if it please you. Now you're come to the capital a conquering hero, you'll be needing aught to do.
He gives quests, right?
My word to you, begin with the pawns. Inquire about them here in Gra. Their kinds woven tight into the fate of the Arisen.
He's like a big deal, right?
They call him, well, keep the man in mind. Seems you, or perhaps it's...
I distinctly remember him. I don't know why. This is the pawn stuff this way, right? Wow. There's been a shipment of goods, so I'm not allowed to walk over that way. How rude.
I tell you're the Arisen. Make a habit of take all the time.
I kind of prefer that, honestly. It's kind of nice that the game offers you a real reason instead of just being like, hey, there's a cart stuck in the way. You can't walk through here because there's a cart.
Need no different than food or shelter.
It's about an alien boy and his monster hunting dad looking into disappearances in a small town. That sounds awesome.
Works all, you can't go wrong.
Master works all. You can't go wrong. Element fire. Ooh, that's neat.
The master works all, you can't go wrong.
What does enhancing do? Oh, that's right. Yeah, like things have stars. And you use items to upgrade them. That's right. That's right. I remember. I remember.
The master come again.
Quests. Let's take a look. Did you botch the quest line and have to wait till new game? Oh no! Oh, that's the one thing for sure with this game where it's like, yep, you can just outright miss stuff and have to do it again. That's pretty rough.
Seems you're at the center, or perhaps it's you.
How did the day find you?
Hear ye, hear ye! The Duke's break.
Ma'am?
First time in the capital? Best. The inn's a grand source of news as well. What with folk coming in from all grants, there's a fine place just inside.
It's weird that she's like peering inside there, though. We gotta be honest. Alright, Duskers. Well, thank you for dropping in. It's a pleasure to have you around as always. You have a good one.
Forgive me. I spoke poorly. I simply imagined the sort of figure pulled right from legend. Pray, allow me to begin anew. I am Asalam, and this is my inn. Though we deal in a number
Oh, that's right. The hired pawns don't level.
I hope this is the first.
That's good information.
I am in the shortest path. There you'll find Grand Soren's Bond Guild. Just tell the sentries you have business with the guild. Have your pick, any you like.
Yes. You can go sorcerer. Very good. And I'll leave Pastafaria as a mage so that they can do healing. That's probably correct. Mage, but cooler. Yeah, doesn't the one thing with sorcerer is that you cannot use the healing? What are these? I don't remember having such neat armors. Ooh. Oh. You can wear her armor. That's neat. Huh. That's actually kind of cool. They have all sorts of weird things in here. Okay. So I am wanting to throw on, yeah, mage's utility and sorcerer's DPS. Right. That makes sense to me. I could wear this really OP strong armor if I wanted to. I don't think it's really my vibe right now, though. I should look into getting some new pants. I'll have to do so. I don't need to give them weird armor. Not yet. That's fine.
Any you like.
Learn or set skills. Learn skills. Awareness greatly reduces damage sustained in magic attacks. That's nice. What else do we got? Ooh. That rank 4 mage. We got some cool things. Silentium. Invokes a magical aura around the user that silences foes, blinds foes. You have the boons, Halidum. High Ingle. Might be nice to get. Ooh, what else do we got here? Increase the duration of curative magic's effects. That could be nice. Yeah, blearing.
What will it be today?
Let's set skills for a moment. We're gonna go for only having Holy Boon. I think that's fine. Holy should be generally good. And you're going for a Mystic Knight right now? Nice, thank you, nice. I actually really like the idea of Mystic Knight. I played for it very briefly on my playthrough I did years ago. And I really would like to see what that's all about another time, like later on down the line, because it sounds cool. So we have Holy Boon, Anodyne.
What will it be today?
I should just learn High Ingle, because that's just going to be nice to have as an upgrade. We'll get that, because they're going to be mostly utility. Increasing the duration never hurts. There we go. I think the best thing about Fighter is that the perfect blocks actually just make bosses fall over. Is that true? That sounds hilarious.
What will it be today?
I had no idea that was the case. That sounds great. Shoot, that kind of makes me want to consider... Kind of makes me want to consider running that. That sounds great. What am I missing out on? I've never done Fighter, by the way. Like, I've never done it. I have like no idea what that's like, and it sounds hilarious. Okay. I'm gonna grab this. I don't know if I really need to, but I'll get plenty of points. But for now, it's okay.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Come again soon.
Okay. I'm gonna do a quick save. Save there. And from Assassin with Dragonforge gear to Mystic Knight with bag gear, times are hard. Yeah, that would be pretty rough. What? An escort? Shoot. No. No, I don't want to do this. I would just, oh, hold on. Yeah, part with them. I don't want to do his escort quests. Is that an escort? That's also an escort. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want another escort quest. Please. Why you do this? Where's the pawn place? Will they let me through now, I bet? Oh, hold on. Somebody sells armor over here, right? It's not you.
Do come again.
It's the other one. I recall. It's you.
Okay, I'm out.
Need to get some boots. And I need to get some pants. Get some denim. I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, I'm not wearing any pants right now. Should fix that.
The master works.
I'm gonna look like such a goof until I level up.
State your business. All right. Through here and to the left. Just don't make a nuisance of yourself, eh?
Don't make a nuisance of myself, he says. Does he not realize that's my specialty? I was made for it.
Hello. Yes, Arisen.
Hello. Yes, Arisen.
Their name is just Yo.
Welcome, Arisen.
Barnaby.
We have awaited your coming. This pawn is called Barnaby. I tend to the affairs of the Pawn Guild. The guild serves as a place of rest for pawns, and as the gate to the Everfall. The Everfall lies beneath Gran Soren. 'Tis a place of great importance to our kind. But for now, let us rejoice in the coming of the Arisen, the light that guides the Legion.
Hold on. I'm playing a female character and therefore I don't have to deal with the bugged female bandit quest? What? That sounds hilarious.
It grieves me to burden you, weary from the road as you must be. I would beg your assistance in this matter. You have my thanks.
He's gonna give me an escort quest. We're escorting him down into the basement. Uh-oh. Oh, that camera work.
Beyond lies the Everfall, an ancient place that sleeps beneath Gran Soren's stones. We pawns have long served as keepers of the entrance to this place.
There's a quest for the female bandits which attack parties with men in them.
But since the dragon's coming, a strange aura has filled the Everfall. A presence. If it be some omen of evil to come, we cannot allow it to go unchecked.
Or men in dresses with no beards.
I ask that you seek out the cause of the change.
That's funny.
Or some proof of what's happened. The Everfall is a place unique unto itself. This is not a simple task.
They have to be in dresses without beards. What a check.
Which is why I ask you, Arisen.
Isn't this the one where you have a bunch of crazy tentacles everywhere? And you gotta, like, try not to get, like, killed? And there's, like, a troll. Yeah, I remember briefly. Oh, I never equipped a weapon. I don't have a staff for this. I have no weapon. I became a sorcerer, but they didn't give me a weapon to use. We gotta leave. I was too concerned with buying pants, I forgot to buy a weapon. Huh. The PC and PlayStation versions of the game, they bugged it slightly, and you have to pick up the quest giving lady run away past the bugged part. That's crazy.
These are the masterworks.
Their masterworks all. Damn. I can't believe I forgot to get a weapon. That's actually hilarious.
The masterworks.
We're smart. I only have 2 spells right now. I got High Ingle and Miasma. I really should set my skills to have more spells.
What will it be? Have your pick. And you, what will it be today?
Because I have Frazzle and Levin.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Come again soon.
Oof. And I agree, Natty. It's important to have pants. You can't do things that you can't do without pants.
Hail, friend. But come. If crows bring tidings, salvation again. Nowadays,
He speaks of the crows.
Inside the castle. If that be true, he'll have need to leave the castle. All I ask is that you keep watch. I only have need of your eye. Skulking about is more my line than yours, I know. I do it myself, but there's aught as me. Tell your findings. Tread carefully.
Cool. Keep trying to play this game because of how much people seem to enjoy it, but the repetitive pawn voice lines always end up driving you crazy. The good news I have for you, you go to Options, Gameplay, Pawn Chatter. You can turn your pawn chatter off. That way they don't constantly get upset, like they don't constantly shout at you. So you can turn that off. Thank you. Thankfully. Thankfully. The knowledge chair. Their kind hates ice and fire both. Silence, lowly pawns. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's an actual setting, thankfully, in the game. What I did in Dark Arisen, but the original Dragon's Dogma before Dark Arisen came out, I set them to have the language in Japanese so that I could hear it, but because it wasn't English, I'm like, I can separate it in my head. But in Dark Arisen, you don't have that as an option, I don't think, by default. When you leave a city and a pawn walks up to a sign and tells you that you're close to the city you just left. All roads lead to Grand Soren, it seems. Like the Monster Hunter Rise character callouts. Yeah. I'd pick up that large nut.
I fear I'm seriously lost.
I love the little force push. Usually like bad English voice acting. It can be charming. A pawn you hired grappled onto a skeleton brute as you knocked it off a ledge with a bomb barrel. Oh no. That's awkward for everybody involved, isn't it? Neo 2 convinced you that you needed better taste. Oh gosh. I never played Neo 2. I played a little bit of the first one. But I never got through and finished the entirety of it. Was it pretty good? Neo 2 rocks your socks. Very good. Neo 1 passed the campaign, not so much. Ah. Alright, Pastafaria, let's go. Holy. Here we go. Pastafaria, no. You gotta be careful, Pastafaria. You know, I'd equip my lantern, but I'm not feeling it. We wander in the dark for now. You return to the light. The funniest way to kill skeletons is throwing skulls. I'm up for that. That's good. I agree. I didn't lock my pawns in there, did I? I think I did. Will they teleport? Come on, everyone. You just can't trust pawns these days. All those Ponzi schemes. You gotta watch out for them. A lot of funny little zombie lads. I'm loving the holy boon on the staff. I actually really like the little holy orbs. They have really good range too. Farming zombies for broken peasant tools to upgrade a shirt. Dragon Spogma logic.
Too many possessions can be more a hindrance than a help.
Yeah, I think Neo 2 will be a fun pickup sometime. I agree, Sminky. Like, just wait for it to go on sale. Like, you might as well, right? Instantly. Ow! I remember getting grabbed by him and like thrown off an edge once. That was a real thing that happens. Just like it happened to the person down there who's dead now. Sorry, Valkyrie. He's so scary. That poison is doing work though. Hello there, Selena. How you doing? Doing good? Glad to hear it. Personally, we're doing whatever this is right now. I don't really know. Yep. Yep. Stop drop kicking my pawn. So rude. Oh, Mystical Tom, you got back from quite an evening, and you're missing Dragon's Dogma gameplay. Unfortunately. Well, welcome. We're slowly creeping along, whittling down the giant here. Ow! Okay, pawn is down. Get the pawn up. Heal bot, let's go. Yeah, we're pretty early. You haven't missed much, just the first area. Wait, what? Oh, the one down at the bottom who got knocked down there ages ago is dead. Okay. Watch him dropkick Pastafaria again, though. He's so rude. Do a speedrun clear? She asked me, isn't it actually a speedrun? It's a timed Iron Man. Oh, okay. I mean, that could be pretty fun, for sure. Pastafaria, no. We'll just whittle him down like this. We're winning. We're winning. Have I played before? It's been a very long time, Bryce. It's been a very, very long time. Pastafaria, get away from the cliff. I basically have no like real working memory of like what to do. I know kind of like what some things are. Like I know context, but I don't really know like strategy or, you know, what is optimal. Oh, Pastafaria, be safe. You're making me worried. Yeah, we're running Sorcerer. That's pretty much what I want to do. I want to get up to the point where I can rock the giant meteors and do crazy tornadoes and ice like blasts. Like, I'm really looking forward to it. I remember those things being really cool when I played a long time ago. Job done. Job done. Oh. Got him. Dude, Siegfried just like slashed that bat out of the air. Yeah, Bryce, that's a nice thing. Like, a lot of the builds in this game are pretty viable. But you gotta actually like really think about what you're doing. Because a lot of the elemental stuff, like if you know an enemy is weak to ice, you can just freeze them outright. They become really easy to deal with. But if you don't really plan around kind of your knowledge of things, you put yourself in an awkward situation pretty easily. Only when you respec your pawn into a mage with enchants only. You can play warrior with no hangups. That's a fun way to play, I could imagine. Basically using it as like a little buff bot. Very valid. Very valid. Ooh, a lever. I don't think that's what I wanted. I don't think that's what I wanted. You have like one YouTuber who plays the game solo as each class. That takes some intention. You gotta like really be up for that to do that. You could put hours upon hours into a game like this. And yeah, the amount of like technical stuff in games like this is massive, like no doubt about it. And by say games like this, I mean specifically this game. Because there's not really enough games like this to make that sentence work. Yeah, wiggle the joystick to free yourself mechanics. I forgot about that. Each of the solo videos is hours long, where it cuts out the filler and just keeps skipping to fighting every single unique enemy. Crazy. You've personally never done the DLC to completion. It goes on like forever. It's so long. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? Back when you used to play video games often, you play this in game over a dozen times with each class. Oh, that's crazy. Alright, we're gonna frazzle them. Ah! It didn't work. It didn't work. Costa Fairy is getting crazy vocation ranks here, though. As am I. The giant chained Cyclops. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's a thing, isn't it? It just breaks your analog sticks. Honestly, I agree. I remember back in the day, like with the N64 controller, some of the like spin the analog stick around in circles thing that would literally not break the stick of the N64 controller, but would break your hand. It would just drill a hole into the center of your palm, where everybody did it. Everyone used the center of their palm and just hoped for the best. But run when you grab the port crystal? Yeah. Yeah. This thing, right? Was there anything to actually loot down here? I don't think so, right? Where's the way up? Monster Hunter still does the wiggle controls? Really? I didn't know that. There's pretty good loot. That's fine. I'm not too worried about it. There will always be good loot around. As long as you stick to the inner side here, they don't really bother you that much. That's the nice thing. You can just kind of hug this inner circle. I learned this a long time ago. Hey there, Bryce. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying your stay. Dude, Pasta Fairy is down there eating like berries and stuff. What a legend. Am I gonna stream the whole game? That's the plan. Just do a good, long, casual playthrough of it. I'll be working on it for at least a few weeks. It's gonna take me some time. Definitely come back in some other night. Oh, I'd be glad to have you. I'll probably be doing this. I might still stream some Elden Ring PvP on occasion. I probably will do more of that. But I just wanted to do something a bit different than that and kind of start something a little bit longer form. Because Dragon's Dogma is really good. Barnaby, I did it.
In truth, even we pawns know precious little of the Everfall. I can say with utmost certainty, though, the light you speak of is newly come.
Yeah, it's pretty rough on the old PC, isn't it? Right? It's like, oof.
We cannot know if this.
You completely forgot where the badge of vows are. Me too. Makes two of us.
But the chance enough is called to take action. We shall redouble our efforts here.
Already up to level 16 though is pretty good for one night. It's not bad. Let's go ahead and let's grab some new lads. So you have to ask, all right, Tom, what's up? What's the question?
Is everything in order, Master?
You can have some scour scrag of beasts. Are we playing this because it's basically the 10-year anniversary for the game? Awkwardly enough, this is the funny thing. So when I was playing through Elden Ring, a couple times I was like, you know, I'm actually really liking the sort of open world vibe, and it kind of reminded me of how I felt when I was playing Dragon's Dogma like years ago. It's been on my mind since then, and then kind of hearing that there's a 10-year anniversary for Dragon's Dogma kind of helps cement that decision. That's really kind of where that came from ultimately. I was like, you know, I really would like to do it anyways, and then having basically a reason like a 10-year anniversary helps, you know. And I'm playing on PC, Bryce. I'm playing on the old PC version. You must go. Your sleep will need me. I like that. Your sleep will need you. Alright, Q. Well, don't keep your sleep while waiting. Good dreams to ya. Good dreams to ya. And I appreciate the follow as well. Alright, we're gonna try Silver. Why not? Maximilian, Lothar. Who else are we gonna try to get in here? Magnir. Engel. See what our our stock of pawns when they show up. We'll see what's going on. Ooh, guy's got some skills. Magnir. Dude's an orc.
Yes, Arisen? I am honored.
I'm thinking Maximilian here looks legit too. He's got some basic stuff. He's got some fun looking things. He's well equipped.
Yes, Arisen.
We'll enlist him.
I am honored to travel with you.
You also had an orc team? Nice. Yeah, my main pawn, the way I'm sort of running it is basically she's an orc who I am like I'm like a sorcerer, right? And then I'm gonna have my orc apprentice, Pastafaria. She's strong and she's smart. She's learning the ways of the magic art.
Tis deep and so.
Very good.
A word, sir.
Sir Duncan.
Are you the Arisen? I bring a message from the Duke himself. His Grace has judged your feat in slaying the Hydra. Most honorable.
When I first played this game, I feel like I remember, I could be wrong. I feel like I remember him saying most laughable. And I'm like, what? I could be wrong, but that's how it feels. I remember a hint of that misunderstanding, misreading.
Captain of the Hunt. Bring this writ to Sir Maximilian outside the castle gates. He will instruct you further. The document confers the status of hunter upon you. Carry
Very
it on your
good.
person, always.
We got a writ. Now we can watch him awkwardly run away. What? Lost and found. Oh, shoot. I progressed too far and I missed it. I never know where the cutoffs are for these quests. It's so frustrating. That's fine. I'll live. Honestly, the quests are kind of rough to try to figure out sometimes. Let's go put away all of our materials into our bank. Manage, deposit, materials, everything. Let's go. Very good. There's my writ. Curatives. I got all kinds of weird curatives I'm carrying around, including rotten items and such. It's kind of gross. A marker to be placed anywhere one might wish to return. Use a fairy stone will transport you there in an instant. Oh, that's right. I remember now. Port crystals are nice because you can use them to put down like a portal area. I remember. Kind of.
Have your pick. Any you like. Come again soon.
Now I'm trying to remember. When you... Is it when you sleep that you find out if your pawn helped somebody while you were away? Or is it when you log back into your character? Oh, it's when you sleep. I thought so. My follower has assisted another Arisen already. Oh, wait a minute. I think, hold on. I think this is from my previous save. Wow. I'm gonna have plenty of rift crystals. This is the legacy of my previous pawn. Ooh. A staff blessed with divine might by a master sorcerer, its holy enchantment is never ending. Oh man. My previous pawn got up to some business. Holy cow. My pawn was legit. Oh, it's Cynthia. All kinds of people. Oh man, that's great. I had no idea people been out there using my pawn. That's hilarious. I didn't even think about it. That's cool. Well, I got 2 million rift crystals. I'm not power leveling, but I'm gonna hit yes. We might have received some fun things here. Foe knowledge. Unfamiliar foe 61. People giving me an average of 4 stars? That's rude. Where's my 5-star? I am a 5-star. 5-star pawn.
This back for you.
All the pawns you borrowed got a white cloak. Because making paladin looking dudes was too fun. That is pretty fun. Accessing server. I have no idea what's happening right now. I slept. I received a bunch of items. My previous pawn basically has provided me great joy. The main pawn you created can travel to other worlds online. Yes. Yes. Status. Oh my gosh. My pawn received knowledge of all of my previous pawn's knowledge. Pastafaria is a genius now. Holy cow. Nobody saw this coming. Pastafaria has become a genius. Wow. That's hilarious. This pleases me greatly. Oh, that's cool. Nobody saw that coming.
This last year, Grants, have your pick. Any you like, or will it be today?
All right. Ooh, we got some new spells too. So here's my thoughts. We have this one called Combustion, which isn't this the AoE fire? Generates a towering wall of flame. That could be a fun one to grab. Generate a giant spire of ice that can serve as a stepping stone. That's cool. Grapnel, I remember, is good. I don't remember why, but I remember it being good. I could be wrong. But I think Combustion was better than High Ingle. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I'm remembering. Ooh, Lassitude. Invoke a magical fog at a designated location that inflicts torpor. And high miasma. Yes, please. Enables you to negotiate higher prices for items and equipment you sell. That's a yes. That's a very easy yes. That's an instant yes. And we'll go for high 11. Man, we just had all kinds of nice things given to us just there. I'm very happy.
What will it be today?
Okay. Give you High Ingle and Grapnel.
What will it be today? Have your pick.
All right.
Any you like.
And the White Cloak in the starter town is very cheap to get. Oh, that's always a nice thing too. It's nice when you have an option that's kind of, you know, not gonna hurt the bank. Now, I'm curious about this staff. Divine Axis. It is a mage staff, it looks like. We can live with that. I got all kinds of weird things. Holy cow. So what is that? Priests? Priest something or others? Wait. What? Oh, I see. Okay, cool. We actually got a lot of stuff going on here. You're allowed the Divine Axis because it's pretty.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Come again soon.
Oh snap. Pastafaria is going to be out there helping people out now. Alright. I think, what time is it? It's about 11. Been streaming for a good 4 hours. I think I'm actually going to wrap up here for the evening. So a little bit of an update for everyone who's joining in here. Now that my college finals are done, I'm going to be kind of getting back into streaming pretty regularly. So Dragon's Dogma, I'll probably do like maybe 2 or 3 nights out of the week, and then I'll probably do like 1 or 2 nights of Elden Ring. So I'm going to be aiming for about 4 to 5 days a week of streaming. Probably towards the evenings, like about that 6 o'clock to midnight-ish range. Just kind of my first one getting back into it though. I'm definitely gonna relax a bit and take it easy while I'm getting back into the momentum of it. But yeah, Dragon's Dogma is going to be coming in pretty regularly here. So a thing too for you, Mystical Tom, I'll probably upload my Dragon's Dogma playthrough to the YouTubes as well. Since I'm going to be doing these sort of 3 to 4 hour streams for a little while, that'll make it a little bit easier to digest when I put it onto YouTube, so it's not going to be like a, you know, solid like 8 hours, right? Which, it gets intense when you do that. And Lost Scorpor, thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, so that's pretty much the plan. So these will be up on YouTube in case you do want to go back and see if you missed anything. Or if you can't be there one evening, it'll be available. Hopefully not too long, but yeah, I don't know what the upload schedule for that will be looking like. Yeah, that's pretty much going to be me for the evening. Y'all take care. Thank you very much for being here. More Dragon's Dogma to come. I've actually really enjoyed kind of stepping back into ye old Dogma here. Very fun RPG. What's the button I hit? Here we go. So yeah, y'all have a good one.